Hello.
No, sir, we have tried, sir. It's working, sir.
It's working fine. Okay. So just we will continue with the same sets. Just open my screen. So able to view my screen, right?
Your screen is visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if you're not using, just stop it. Maybe you can utilize more more virtual instances so that you are not charged for it. So actually 750 hours is free for a container for month. For a virtual instance, that is 750 hours, it's free. So if you're using more 2 or 3 means, the total should come less than 750, otherwise it will become chargeable. So that is there. So always if you're not using it, just stop it and you can reuse it as I'm doing here. Yeah, now it is running. Okay, the first thing we need to do is sudo so. Okay, so yesterday we saw, why we go for a container concept, right? So why do we go for a container concept? In virtual instance, we have a drawback that OS has to be completely updated, and at the same time, the time taken for bootable is it will takes a longer time to boot because it is used in it is running a new OS inside it. So that is the reason, and at the same time, we need to get a separate licensing. If there is a licensing part comes, we have to take the separate license. And if you go for CPU core and RAM utilization, everything cannot be shared and utilized also. So these are the things we had an issue. So that is the reason we go for a container. So in container, what we can do, we can load it with an OS, or you can use the existing base OS also. So both the ways you can do it. So that is the specialty one. Because it is not using any separate OS for it, it boots up faster. That is it. And if you are going for Docker container OS also, it is having a minimal size, which is a very much compressed version, so that it is not so it becomes much faster for booting, even if it is utilizing yours. Then we go for doc, and what else is it? It is ready for developer. So if any new developer is coming, we can give the system instantly to him so to start his work, because we are writing everything in a Docker file, and we are creating giving the version number, everything in that, so that it instantly gets created and gets pulled and created as a new image. So that is the reason it is much faster for a developer also. Otherwise, installation itself may sometimes take a week together for installing all it, right? All the components that needs to be installed. But here, maybe it will take 10 or 15 minutes, it is all done. So that is the reason it is much utilized in most of it. Next, we try to install a Docker. So apt install Docker IO we gave. Then we started a Docker. We enable the Docker, so once it reboots also it is. And Docker run IT Ubuntu we gave this. This was the command we tried. What does it means? Run Ubuntu means it has to run this take this image and run this container. So image, you should know the difference between an image and then container. So image is nothing but the source file. Container is actual instance of running that source file. So that is it. So if it is in your local machine, It will first check your local machine if the image is available with the name Ubuntu. If not, it will automatically download and it will take it. So that is what we saw here. And that is an interactive mode. IT means it becomes an interactive mode. Docker PS is the command which we did yesterday. So to check what are the processes that are currently running. So Docker containers which are currently running will be shown here. When we give PS-A, we saw that if it has started and stopped also, if it is in a stopped state also, we will be able to view that. So at the same time, if you want to or if a container is already in running, you want to stop it. We did as a detached mode also, -D. When we give, it becomes detached and it starts running in the background also. So for those containers, you can go for a stop container, or if you totally want to remove a container also, you can go for Docker RM. You can use it and you get. Okay, then we installed Apache, MySQL, we created a Docker file and we did all this. Right. So any doubts in this? So just fresh up what we did yesterday. Any doubts till
No, sir.
this?
No, no doubt, sir.
Okay. Okay, then we came into, so this we didn't do it. Okay, and we'll do this and this. Okay. In a Docker container, what is there is, say, for example, we said no, when we are creating a container, it isolates and I want to use it two separately. Say, for example, I have taken here an example of using say, for example, I have created a web page, right? I have created a web page in var www.html. So this is my web page now. In this web page, what I want to do is I want to copy this content into the new Docker container. So this is a Docker file. Just see, this is a Docker file. And in this Docker file, what I'm trying to do from Ubuntu, I'm giving a particular version. If you don't give a version, it will automatically take the updated version or latest version, whatever is available for it to download. So it will do that, right? Next, we give it as run. Run is just a command that we give. Get update. So usually, no, so you have to update it and install Apache 2. So here we are giving as Apache 2. In here, you might have seen I've given Y. So actually, it will ask when I directly go for Apache 2 installation, what it does, it will ask me whether you, yes, are you sure, right? So I'm giving the answer here itself, saying that apt get install -y Apache 2, so that it takes the answer as yes and continues. So that is the thing here. Otherwise, it will get terminated in between. So that is next. What I want to do is I copy my content inside the container. So I want to be copied to the container and I want to expose a port 80 here. So to show that, and I want to run it as a foreground. Here it will be red. So then actually I give it as a bind build -t. T is we give a tag name. So I give it as Apache image. Dot means the current directory. I'm giving it running an Apache container. So Docker run. So here I'm building this. This is a base file. From the base file, I am creating an image. Based on the image, I am running it, right? So that is what we are trying to do here. This we have already seen. There is a little bit difference here. What we are trying to do, we are trying to copy my whatever may be a HTML page content to this inside the Docker container also, so that it can be used there also. So that is it. Then we go for a build the Docker image and we build it. Docker run -d. -d means it's a detached mode port which needs to be used. So here it is exposing 80. I want it to be mapped to 80. See, it is Docker container becomes a virtual. We have a virtual machine. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't get it. What was it? Any doubts?
230, ma'am.
Okay.
No, sir, it is an external disturbance, sir.
Okay, sorry. So actually, what we are trying to do, we are creating a Docker file. We are building the image. here while running it. So now we have the image with us. We need to run it. So to run it, we give it as Docker run -d detached mode. It has to use port. So port I am mapping. So here what we have a virtual instance, which we have a virtual Ubuntu instance, right? In that virtual Ubuntu instance, we are loading one more Docker container, which is also having one more Ubuntu inside it, and which is having an Apache web server which is exposed to 80. So the Docker container is exposing port 80 outside it, right? But it is only accessible from the virtual Ubuntu instance of the main instance. Is it confusing? 1 minute, I'll see. Maybe I will create a file. Okay, so this is the main virtual instance, right? We are not inside any container. This is the main virtual instance. We are just logged in, right? So I just gave here connect to Ubuntu instance and have logged here. So I'm not inside a container. So a Docker image is inside this, and which is also running a Ubuntu OS, and it is having an Apache, and it is exposing a port 80. So port 80 will be accessible from this system, not from the external world. For the external world, this whatever is running in this system has to be exposed. Do you get it? So this Ubuntu main virtual system has to expose and port so that that only can be accessed from the external world. So maybe if this, see, it has given me a public IP like this. I don't know whether we have created a Apache here or not. CD/var www. No. So when I press tab, it should load it. So it is not loaded. So that means we have not created any web page in this, or I have not installed any web server inside this virtual instance. Okay. So that is there. So if that is there, it is exposed to port 80. So when I give this public IP, directly I will be able to access it. But in our case, it is not here. It is inside a container. So to get it outside it, to the outside world, I need to map it. So this is a mapping I do it. So this is nothing but port forwarding. We have a concept in networking called port forwarding. So that is what I have done here, port forward. And I've given a named instance Apache container, Apache image. So this runs an image and creates it. Okay, I will create a folder with var www, and we will do this. No, I'll show you so that you can understand much better. At the same time, let's see what is there in this instance also, whether there is port 80 available from the external world. So what we can do, we can go for security. So here in security, we have this. We have to check the inbound role. Yes, in the inbound role, port 80 is accessible. So that means if there is a web page that is running, web server which is running with port 80, I can directly give the IP so that it will come to the front. So that is what is it says. So let me create a web file. So no issue. So I give apt pen. Sorry, there was an external disturbance. Okay, so now it has got updated. Now I install apt-get install Apache 2. So this where I'm installing in the virtual AWS instance itself, not in a container. So this is where when I'm trying to install, it asks for me to give a yes. So that is the reason we have added in the Docker file that when it asks it, go with the answer as yes. So that is what we are doing here. So now it is running. Okay. So now, of course, we should have that file cd/var www html index.html. That is it. Okay. So here we have the file. So I will remove this and I'll create my own file. So I'll create it as so I'm just giving us welcome to Docker container. You can create an HTML content tags. You can use it. I'm just as of now giving us welcome to Docker container. I'm closing this. So now when I give netstat -nptle, so I can see that port 80 is running and it is running by Apache 2. Now this is my public IP. So I just copy this. And already in security, I have allowed it to external world. So there will be no issue. Welcome to Docker container. So it runs, right? So this is the thing. So where it is running here itself, right? So it is running here itself in the virtual instance itself without a Docker container. Now I want to expose this and I want to create a container, copy this file inside it, and in from that I need to execute. So that is what we are trying to do now. So first we need to create a Docker file. So let me screen visible or too small.
Visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think this will be better. Okay, so now I create a Docker file. So what I should give Vim. I have to give Vim Docker file. So this is my Docker file. Here I give insert. So to make faster, I'm just copying it and pasting it. So that will be faster.
உங்களுக்கு 8th வருதா 9th 7th புரியுது.
So this is it. I'm just saving this file. Okay. So I have created a Docker file now. So when I give cat Docker file, so it has a content. So now this is the source file. What I have to do, I have to give build. So it is in the current part. So what I can give a dot command to build it. So this is Docker build -t Apache image. I give a tag name for it and I give dot command. So before going to that, let's check what is the images already available. So yesterday we created this instance, right? I'm using the same instance. So Docker images I give. So I can see these are the images already available. Okay, I'm trying to create a new image here. So I give it as what we said, we'll be creating a Docker build. Okay. So we'll be giving Docker build -t. I'm trying to give a tag name. So tag name, we'll give it as what we tried here, Apache image. Okay, let it be Apache image. So Apache image, let it be. So take the Docker file from the current directory. So I'm giving dot. So that's it. So it's extracting. Okay. So here it has done it, but we have a got a error. Can you see that? So there is an error saying that cannot copy not found. So actually it is trying to go for where www.html and it says file does not exist. So it has not built the image properly. The reason is just come here. So copy where www.html, this Docker file, and we are given a where path, but here it didn't take that where. So where starts from the root part, go to that page and create it. File does not exist. That's right, copy. Okay. One minute. No, so we'll create the build from the same folder. So I'm moving this. No, it need not be. One minute. So it should be taken slash, which was missing. That is the reason it is not able to locate. So it has created an image, but only it was not able to copy the content. So that is, it has created with Apache 2 and in copy it has failed. Just we will check in the container. Okay. So when the tag name or this is not created, I can go with the image ID also and make it run. Let it be in the interactive mode. Okay, now I am inside the Docker container. So I'll check cd/var. Okay, that is a file here. Once again, I'm going into the Docker file. So this is not an issue. Here, issue is it's not taking that var. So I'll create test.html here. So take HTML test.html and copy to var.html. So now it should work. I'm just giving okay, okay. So now I will once again build that file. So here now it has not created any issue. So it has copied the file inside the Docker container and it has named it. We are given the same name. So let's check once again with Docker images. So yes, it has built the image. So the only issue we had was the path. Even though we gave the slash path, it was not able to fetch it. It was taking directly from where. So where, when we give slash, it should take from the root. That's what we have given here. But still there was a little bit issue. It was omitting the slash. So that is the reason I have removed this and I've given directly HTML because my here, when I give ls, I have the HTML and the Docker file in the same path, right? So I am having the same path. So when I give, if it is removing that slash, I can give directly as HTML so that it is going into it, right? Got it? What was the issue and how we corrected it? Hello? Hello? Am I
Yes,
audible?
sir.
Yeah, I'm audible, right? So if you're not able to hear me, just ping me. Okay. So now we
Yes,
have
sir. It's
created
fine.
this. Yeah. So now we have created that image and it is there. So now I want to expose this container. So what is it? It is exposed to port 80. So and here I want to run here as port 80. So when I give this, it is very important that this is the virtual Ubuntu instance. Here the port 80 should not be running and it should be free. Then only it can do a port mapping. So just I will give this. You can see what happens. So Docker run. We are given Apache image. It's an Apache container. Connect with port 80 and port 80. So when I give this, so you can see denied. So it was not able to do it because already we are using port 80 and we are exposing it, right? Already it is running with the port 80. So what I can do is here, when I give netstat, I'll type it. So I'm trying to explain what are the issues that we will get also so that and how we will copy the files. I'll say give you one more advantage here. We are copying these files instead of it. Say I create a page, I create an application and I want to test it with Python lower version, Python high-end version. I can create two container, keep the files common, and I can expose. I can give us utilize the same file and give the results in Python 3 and 4. So when I do this, say for example, I want to upgrade my version of Python in my production system. I'm able to run in both the instance, that is the current version and the updated version, and I can see what is the issue which is coming. If everything is working fine, I can validate it and or instantly I can correct it and go to the newer version. So for those things, container concept is very much helpful. Okay, netstat-nptla. Hope you understand why we are trying to achieve this and why we are asking this training should be there in thing. So because it's much faster, right? So that is the reason. Yeah, see, you can see that port 80 is running. So I go to service, Apache to stop. I'm stopping it. Now I can see that port 80 is not running. You can see no, port 80 is not running. So when I come here also I'll get the same. Port 80 is not running, so I'll not get it. Right. Now I can use a mapping. So what we did, so Docker run -d. So mapping port 80 and port 80 in the container. No, still we are getting, it was unable to find the Docker image. Was this error we got? Yes, this was not a port error, sorry. It was not able to find the image, okay. Docker images. I have Apache 2 image. What was the issue? Okay, I'll run once again. I am giving a named container, Apache container, Apache image. Okay, instead of it, I'll give image ID directly. You can do both the ways. Yes, now it had run successfully. It is exposing port 80. So Docker TS. I can see that it is using and it is running an Apache container. Now I come here. I refresh this. So here, no. So in local, we have removed this page. Do you remember? We removed this and gave it as welcome to Docker. In Docker container, we didn't remove this page. So it is directly showing this page. And at the same time, when I give it a slash test.html, I get okay. Did you get it? Is it clear? So here, when I now go to netstat, again, it started to run port 80 because this port 80 is not from this, it is from the Docker. Can see it. Previously, it was showing as, can you see, it is Apache. Previously, the port 80 was exposed from the Ubuntu machine Apache, but now this is coming from a Docker container port 80. Do you get it? Is it clear? So in local, we don't have that page. Anyway, I'll show you also. So you know that document root will be var/www-html. So I go to cd html ls. So there is a test.html and index.html. So just see what is there in test.cat index.html. You can see it is welcome to Docker training, but here you can see the index.html is showing an Apache default page, which is coming from the Docker container, not here. So you can see again to make you more comfortable. I give index.html. You can see it is that index.html. But here our index.html, sorry. But here our index.html is totally different. It is welcome to Docker. So clear? Did you get it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you try up to this? Next thing we will do a volume mount. So we will mount a volume and we will try to achieve it. So just complete till this and let me know if you have any issues. You're trying, right?
Yes, sir, we are trying it, sir.
Yeah. If you're finding any issues, just let me know. So when I'm creating the containers and all, I'm trying to make it you also to practice and show it, because if there is a issue coming in, how we are resolving it, that is more important. That's why I'm trying to give that also. Okay, meanwhile, I'll check whether I can get some realistic template so that we can upload it to the server and check. Done. Can you start? Any issues?
So we are trying, sir. Sir, can you put in the command, sir, that changing command, sir? Because
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, given the Docker file content, also the command, I mean, used for creating the image and running in the port. Done. Okay. So now we will take one. So what we saw now, so we try to copy a content from our virtual machine inside the container and executed it through the container. Now we will not copy. I'm not interested in copying. So I said no, one more example. In that, I want to give it as a volume mount. That means I will keep the file in my system, in my virtual OS itself. I'm not going to use I'm not going to copy that inside to the container, but I want to use it same and run it with two different instances. Maybe I will be running one page with HTML and I'll be running it using Apache web server, and maybe I will be using Nginx web server for displaying the same page, right? I'm not copying it. So once I modify in my local system itself, it will get updated in both the versions. Do you get it? So it will get updated in the both the versions. So that is what I am trying to do now. So for this to make it a little bit interesting, I am taking a file. I'm taking a template file. So I have chosen some three things. So like this, there is one template. Here we have one more template. So this is template 3. So just for an interesting, which you like, just give 1,
What is
2,
the
or
use of
3.
this?
Sir, for image classification,
While discussion, I said that which side you can pass the signal now to clear the signal, like that we discussed. But now you are
Sorry if
saying
it is
that by
not to
taking
me,
the
please
picture,
go on mute now,
you
please.
are identifying what type of signal is. What is the use of this project? Application of this project?
Like we are using
Hello?
many self-driving cars in nowadays also. Like it is mostly applicable in
Yeah. Am I audible? No. Sorry. Can you give in
Yes, sir,
chat
you are
that
audible, sir.
yes?
You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So I muted you all. Sorry for it. Yeah. So just I have taken 3 templates. Okay, I will not give a choice. I will make a choice of my own. So I like this kid template. So I'll go with this. So we will download this. So I'm just given free CSS HTML. I've searched the web. I'm just downloading this template. So you can see there is a template here. I'll just rename this to make it shorter, so that it'll be easy for me for copying. Nothing special here. I'll keep it simple. Kit. Yeah, I have that kit.zip. So this is the file I have downloaded to my local system. I will upload this to my server. So for that, I need to use that pem key file. Okay, no, I'll create one. Don't think I have that pem file for this. So this is from the thing, TTD. So I want to create a new keypad. That is the reason I'm coming here. So I'll give it as Docker 1. So now I have the key file. Just trying to create a new instance so that I get that PEM file so that I can upload this file to the server. That is the reason. Okay, it is running. Okay, we are here. So I'll come to my command prompt. So I'll give SCP. So SCP minus I have to use that docker docker1.pem. I will give this thing. And next, what I need to do, I need to give the path. So where I need to copy here. So this is my PEM file. So I am copying here Ubuntu at what is my IP, public IP. This is my public IP. Too small. Okay, I'll choose. So now I think it's visible. So you have to give like this slash home slash Ubuntu. So this is the path I want to copy. So SCP, what is the file name? I have kit.zip file. So this is the file I want to copy into the new Ubuntu instance of this particular IP where at the home Ubuntu. So this is the path. I give enter. Yes. I'm not able to type. Okay. So due to some issue, I was not able to type, but anyway, I managed it to make it. That was the issue. Nothing here. I need to type yes, that it is asking me to add it. So now it has transferred the file. So let's check here. Have you received the file? Yes, you can see in the server we have the file now. So I unzip this. So this is a fresh system. It's asking me to install. So you can see now a file is copied in this part, but I want to unzip this.
அதுதான் நானும் சொல்லிட்டேன்ல ரிங்டோன் அந்த டைம் பிரின்சிபல் வந்திருந்தா யார் மாட்டுவார் நான் தான் போவேன்
So here I need to install it. apt install unzip. So I have it. I'll keep it short. So I just kept it short as kid. Okay, so here I need to create an Docker file, right? So here I need to install, so Docker, everything needs to be installed. So as you know, to install what we do, we give it as apt install docker.io, right? Sorry. So this is the command apt install docker.io. So this has to be done because this is a fresh system. That is the reason. So why I took the fresh system to make you to show you that I can download a file. I have downloaded a template file and I want to upload it to the server. So here I will be directly connecting to the web, right? From here I will be directly connecting to the web. In this I will not be able to copy. So for that I need to use putty or I can do an SSH from my local system. To do that, I need a key file to be generated, or you can go with an username password. So you can create an username password accessible from outside, and using that log, you can do an SCP. Instead of creating an username and password, I created a PEM file, and from that PEM file, I have tried to log in, right? So the command for that PEM file login also you can see here, right? So we gave SCP minus I. I'll copy this for you. I'm pasting it in your chat box also. So this will help you to copy the content from your local machine to the server, Ubuntu, I mean AWS or any server using an SCP command. So that is what we try to do. So we have done it. Now we have installed here also, install Docker also. Now comes a normal flow. So we give Docker images. We can see there is nothing here. Docker PS also will be nothing. So we have not created anything here. Now, so as I said, no. So previously what we did, we coming to here, we created a Docker file. Here we try to copy from our local system to the Docker instance and we ran it, right? So in this case, what happens if you do any change, it is not going to be implied inside this because you need to at the running of this instance, it copied the content entirely from your local Ubuntu to the Docker container. After that, if there is any changes that is happening in your local will not be reflected here because it is a one-time copy which is happening. Got it? So that is the thing here. Now, instead of it, what I do is I created just a Docker file, but when I am running, so the same file, instead of a copy, when I am running it, I give the path from which it needs to take it. So which is the part it is to take it and run it. So that is what we are trying to do here now. So I'm just want to create a Docker file. I'm just copying it. So I can run both in, I can show you that using Apache also we will do using Nginx also. In both the case, we will make it run. So here I give it as, first I will see what are the ports running also. Netstat -nptle. Oh, sorry. apt install. Okay, so port 8 is not running. You can see that, and these are the other ports which are running. Port 22 is SSH. That is why we were able to communicate with the system, right? So that is that. Now nothing is running. We are creating a Docker file. So Vim Docker file. Just copying this. So I'm giving an yes. It will be running in port 80. Okay. I save this. Docker build -t Apache image dot. So it is installing Ubuntu as well as it is creating Apache also for us. So we got a success message. That means everything is ready now. Now we go to Docker images. So I can see there is a base image Ubuntu. From Ubuntu we gave no. So that is it. So from Ubuntu, that means take a base image, download this base image, and with that base image, create a new image which is installing Apache. That is the meaning of it. That's why it has downloaded both Ubuntu as well as the Apache, and it has created the Apache image from the base image of this. Now, so that is run. So we have done this. We have built a Docker so we can see here. We have given the build command, right? So already we have given the build command and we have given -t Apache name. We have given the build command and it is running. So build is running. Whether the Docker container is running? No. So we can give it as Docker PS. You can see there is no containers running. You can give -a also if there is any previous. Previous also there is no container. This is a fresh machine node. You saw no. So we try to do it right from the beginning. So that is a fresh image which is great. Now, okay, this is what we'll go one more thing netstat also. So to see what are the ports that is running in this. So there is no 80 running here. So no issues here. Now, what we are trying to do is we are trying to give this Docker run. So I am building a container, right? So in this container, Docker run, I am giving is as the detached mode. That means run it and be in the background. What is the port it should use? It should port 80. So here I have already exposed to port 80 here. In the Docker file, you can see I have given expose port 80. So this Docker container is already exposing port 80 here. I am mapping this with my local port ID. So this is -v. This is a new thing. So -v is nothing but volume. So from where it has to take the volume? Volume is from this one. We are in a wrong place. One minute. So where is the file? pwd. So we are in home Ubuntu. We give ls. So the file is the kit. This is the template which we want to run, which is here in this. So here what we are trying to do is we are saying the different path, right? So I need to correct the path. So maybe I'll create that home directory here itself. Maybe okay, I'll give it as mkd. Oh, okay, otherwise I will give what to say. Okay, let it be. No issues. I'll give this part itself. So here I need to change the path. So it is the kid that is from my local path. It's the kid. Where I need to copy, I need to copy to where www.html, Apache container, Apache image. Right. So now it has done it. Now I can see that port 80 is exposed now and it is here. So this is my public IP. I'll copy this. Let us give enter so that the default page will be there. After that, we can give that kid. What happened? Okay, what could be the issue? So we have done everything right? Hello?
Yes, sir. Seems everything correct, sir. Might be the port issue, sir.
Port issue, you're right. So we have not exposed port 80 in this local machine. That is, the port 80 is running, but have we mapped it in the firewall to be available in the outside? That is the thing we need to check. So let's check that. So go to security. This is it. Edit inbound rule. You can see we have allowed only port 22, nothing else. So what we have to do? We have to go to add rule. TCP, let it be port 80 in our case. From where it should be accessed from anywhere. Give save rule. Here I can give HTTP itself. HTTP anywhere save rule. Now my security is updated. So now I get the default page, which will be there in that system, right? Here you remember we didn't install any Apache here. Service in the main Ubuntu virtual instance, Apache, sorry, service Apache 2 status. You can see it is not found. So actually it is coming from the thing. Okay, that is okay. Now let's see whether I'm able to get that template, right? So it is kid. It should have been copied. Kid. No, sorry, we are not copying it. We are mounting it. Not found. So it is not mapping. One minute. Where is it? So it is mounted with PHP, but the file is okay. 1 minute. Docker stop. Okay. Okay, it has stopped it. Okay, so here also we are not getting the base index also because the Docker container is in stop mode now. Okay, now we'll find the issue. What was the issue? What was the command that we gave? It should take the kit and map it to var.ww.html. Okay, so the issue is Docker container is already used by another container. Okay, no issue. I'll create a new, maybe one. Name is container one with the same Apache image. Invalid mount path. Wait a minute. So the path is sometimes it gets messed up with path. Let's make them both the paths same so that it's not confusing or not messing up. So I'll create mk make directly slash okay w/html. I give html. Okay, now I copy it to /var. So I copied my Git folder here. Oh, sorry, I'll move it. /var ww html. Okay, I have everything here. No issue. Okay, now I'll give the same mount. /var ww/html. I'll give a new name. It would be container2. Okay, now it is done. So let's see net stat. Yes, it is exposing port 80. Got it. So the Git folder is there. So completely we have copied and our website is ready and running. And this website is particularly running with the Docker container. So the specialty here is, as we said, we are mounting the volume. So any changes done in the local will directly affect inside the container. But in the previous case, here, what will happen? It is copying it inside the container. So if there is any changes which is happening in the external, it was not going to impact in the container. So got it? So clear?
Yes, sir.
Did you liked it? No comments.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We liked it, sir. Because since
So
we are able to move a folder from our local, it's like kind of interesting, sir. Sir, everything happens inside the container, right, sir?
yes, now it's everything is inside the container. So inside the container we have this, but which is exposed in the outer world. Here we don't have any Apache, right? So this is my local machine. You can see there will be no Apache. So I give service Apache to status. I can see there is nothing here.
No service from.
Oh, one more interesting fact is, see, for example, here this is. Now I want you to create a Nginx instance and load the same page. So do with me. You can try along with me. I will do the same thing. You can try along with me. So I'll do the modification at one place and you can see that modification gets applied in both the pages. So that's what we are trying to do here. Now the same here. I go to a different path because I have a Docker file here. I'll go to cd/var www. I'll go to this part and here I will create a Docker file. So not to mess up with Nginx Docker file with an Apache Docker file. So here I give vim Docker file. So just I'm copying it. So I already explained you what is it doing. So I need not explain. I think this is from Ubuntu. Take a base Ubuntu image. First update it, install Nginx. When it asks for yes or no, give it as yes and expose port 8080. So I want to give it in a different port because already it is using port 80 for this. I want to use a new port so that I can make both of them running. So that is the reason I am giving as port 8080 here. I'm just giving here escape colon WQ. I'm saving it. Now I need to create this Docker image. You know the command, right? So Docker image, Docker build, -t is the tag name, and Nginx image is my image I want to give, and dot may represents my current directory. So take the Docker file is present in my current directory. Use it. That's what I want to say from here. So it gives. So it's taking the base Ubuntu and it's trying to install Nginx. So it has successfully run. We go for Docker images. I can see there is an Nginx image is also created. Apache image is also created. So that is done. Now what I need to do, I need to mount the directory. So I just give this command. I already explained you what is mean, but still for a hope of interest. So Docker run -d detached remote. What port it should run? It should run on 8080. Exposing to port 80, but port 80 is already occupied for me. So I'll give it as port 8080 itself. I'll create a new port and get exposed. So it should use the volume as var www.html asset. So now it is also running. So when I give Docker ps, I can see that there are two containers running with the same folder path. One is with Nginx, another one is Apache web servers. So both the web servers are running. And when I go for netstat, so you can see here that port 8080 is also running, which is also a part of a Docker. But the thing is, when I give here, what I have to do? I have to give here. The default port is port 80. Here I have to give it as port 8080. This I have to give and give enter. So again, the same issue. I think we have to expose port 80 here. So what I have to do? I have to go to security group. You're able to follow me, no? No issues, right?
Yes, sir. We are following you, sir.
So security. Go to edit inbound role. Add role. So let it be 8080. So from anywhere. Okay. What's the issue? It's running with port 8080. Here. Exposed to 8080. Okay.
So do we have to keep it at custom TCP or HTTP, sir?
Now HTTP default port will be 80. So TCP, it's no issue. You can give the TCP also, it should work. So I have given all ports gets exposed. It's very dangerous. You should not use at all. But for ease of thing, I have changed it. Never do this.
Okay, sir.
I think I have an issue with the Docker container. The Docker container is running and it is exposing port 8080. I can see this. Okay. I'll go for Docker PS. So it is exposing 80, mapping is 8080. Okay. 8080. No issues. What could be? Okay, well, I'll do one thing. I will kill it and rerun it once again. Docker PS. Oh, sorry, I'm already there. Okay. Docker stop. So Nginx is creating an issue. I'll make that all on to stop and start it once again. Okay, I've stopped it. Now I give Docker PS. I can see only Apache running. I go to netstat-nptl. I can see that port 80 is not getting exposed anywhere. Okay, it is fine. Okay, now let's try it once again, creating the same container. So Docker run -d port should be 8080. It should take var www HTML path and it should be named container of Nginx container. Let it be container name as 1 or because already we have given it. So Nginx name, now I give it. So I get an ID, that means the container is running successfully. So if you get this, that means the container is running successfully. I can see here also port 8080 getting exposed from container, Docker container it is giving it, that is right. Everything is right, now it should work. So maybe, can anyone try this? Actually, I'm using my office laptop. Sometimes they don't allow port 8080 for us. Can you just check for you it is opening? The IP remains the same.
Okay, sir, we'll try it,
Sometimes.
sir. But with the same command, sir, that we have been given in the chat box, sir.
No, I'll give this. You have to open this. Try if you are able to open this directly.
Okay, sir.
I given the chat. http://44.197.147.84:8080.
It is loading up, sir.
You are able to view the page.
No, sir, it is taking time to load, sir.
No, that means the issue is something else.
No, sir, the page isn't getting loaded, sir. It's still showing error.
Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Just 1 second. We'll cross check it inside the container itself whether the service is all running properly. So Docker. I think the image build was an issue. Should not take such a long time to run it. It's not allowing me to come outside also. Docker run minus IT nginx image. Right. I think that Nginx build is having some issues. So it's not even allowing me to get into the container. I think we need to rebuild the Docker file. Okay, anyway, you got the concept, right? So what we are trying to do, we are instead of copying it, we are keeping the build outside and we are making. So if we do a change in the outside, automatically it will get updated in the external. So for that, we can directly show you. So I hope you got how it has to be done. So now I'm just changing in my local system. So the Docker containers image will the inside the Docker container which is running the service also will get changed. So go to cd /var/ww html. So kit is it right? So I edit vim index.html page. So here it's learning center. So I have something here. I'll change this. So I'll give it as welcome to TT. By Berlin, escape :WQ. It's in read only mode. Sorry. Sudo index.html. So if it shows read only mode means that is you are not using a root or you don't have the permission to edit this. So change the file permission or go to a root user. So you can see welcome to TTT by World. So you can see it is in the base path, but it is mounted within container. And from that container we are running. So just imagine, we have a source file. We have created an application. Let it be students management system or something. So I want to check that it is compatible with higher version also. Say, for example, it was developed with Python, say 2 version or something, and now we are trying to upgrade to 3 version. So I can run both the containers and make this folder file volume mount so that it can be readable from the container, and I can see the results in both the containers whether it is running correctly. So like this, you can use it. So this is the most advantages of this. So this is what is expected from a person when a student is done. Oh, other thing here is you can go for one more thing is Docker network. What happened? I'm misspelling something. No. No, I'm right. Yeah. So this is, sorry, I forgot to give that LS. So Docker network LS. So what does it mean? So here it creates a bridge, and defaultly, what is the bridge that is used for that container? We can see these are the networks that are available. So these will be the networks that are available, and you can create a VLAN. So VLAN we say, so same contents of containers running in separate VLAN and separate VLAN. So like this, we can do a bridge connectivity, and we can ask the container to use this network and connect it. Say for in that case, what will happen if we have one container which is having Python application and it is connecting a database of a MySQL container. So the containers are separate. You have a separate container for MySQL, you have a separate container for Python. Then you need to create a bridge. You defaultly it will in bridge. If you want to create a new network, you can create a new network and give it so that it both of them are in the same network to connect internally. So internal connection will be available, and this is what. So the advantage here is the Docker, we are using the containers. We are able to give the networks. We are sharing the file. You can give a Docker swarm where you can automatically create the instance. So how do we create an instance? We give Docker run, right? When we give Docker run, we create a new instance and we execute. The same way you can configure it in such a way such that the load threshold limit is crossing this. You have to build multiple containers. So multiple instances will run. You can use a firewall in front of it, giving a token, maybe using token ring or something one to one, or something. You can create a network, token ring network, or there are different networks, right? So any type you can create it and you can map it so that every container will serve one request based on the thing and will give you the result so that it makes your application much more faster in speed. So that is the base of the containers which we want to give you. Is there any doubts in this? Did you understand why we need containers and how we are using it? Any doubts?
No, sir, it was clear, sir.
Okay. So the only thing which we couldn't show it was running two containers with the same folder path. That Nginx failed. Maybe you can try it with yourself. Maybe the Docker file container failed off in connecting it. We can recreate it and definitely do it, but that is the concept. So you got the concept, right? If we change the file, it automatically get updates in both it's inside the container also it gets affected, not inside the container, because the container is taking this as the file path and running it. So it is just a volume mount. So what we are doing, something like we are using a pen drive, right? So in a pen drive, we have copied the content. We are using this pen drive and running the application in one laptop. Again, we are taking the pen drive and keeping it another laptop. Means if it is OS, it will run based on the OS, and based on the application, it will run separately. So that is the concept. We are mounting the volume. So you can take it like a mount pen drive time, which you connect it and you can use it. So that's how we have mounted it instead of storing everything inside the desktop. So if you are storing everything in this desktop, and I mean your laptop, this is only there. You cannot move. So you need to connect it, right? So that way it is a different in mounting. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts?
No, sir. We shall try this, and if we try and work it out with engines, I think at that time it will raise some queries, sir. Then we will come to back to you, sir.
Okay then. If there is doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll close the session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Any doubts? Okay then. Thank you all.
Yeah, we
Meet you
should
on
also
Monday.
share the recording on Teams chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Okay.
And sorry, actually, we
The
are
previous
missing.
recordings are also, I think if you can share it on email, that would be great.
No, I sent a mail, no? So previous recording I already sent in mail. So last yesterday's.
Okay.
So yesterday's session, there was no recording. We forgot to take the recording, but actually that we have already covered in this session. We have covered that also. So the complete recording is there. They can use it.
Okay, okay. I think the last recording, a lot of people they have not received it. If you can resend that to me and keep me also in the loop, that would be great.
No, you are there. I think you are there.
So I
Okay.
have
Anyway.
not got it. Yeah.
Okay, I
Just
will
see
do
if you
that.
can resend it. Attach both the recordings, day before yesterday's and today's, and resend it to all.
Okay then.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir.
Thank you. Bye.